Did I say?
Recording in progress.
You said 7 October.
You from October 20 back to October 7. Okay, sorry, 7 December, yes. Is there any matters arising? 1, 2, 3, I guess none. Any other set of minutes, Ari?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
These are the minutes of 8 December, Chair.
Okay.
Public hearings on the NNR amendment bill.
Yes. Okay, in the absence of corrections, additions, is there any mover of the minutes of the 8th of December?
Chair, move the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Madam. Is there any seconder? Is there any seconder? I see the hand of Honorable Makeke. Keweka Makeke.
I second the minutes, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. At least now you have managed to see where to raise a hand.
Yeah, I was just ready.
Thank you. It's clear that you were not born after technology. You were born with technology. Okay.
Matters arising, Chair.
Any matters arising? Yes, Honorable Malem.
Chair, I might have missed it, Chair, but I don't see on the program where we are getting feedback from the department regarding the submissions on the NNR. Thank you, Chair.
Can you go up, Ari?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Malem.
It's not in the minutes themselves. It's a matter arising from the minutes that we've had these submissions, but we haven't had feedback from the department on the submissions.
That's in the next set of minutes, Mr. Milam. 12 December.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ari. Any matters arising? Oh, okay. When matters arising, when Honorable Madam raised the issue. Sorry. Can we go to the next set of minutes?
These things so dear Makaria now. Stop share. Sorry, Chair. There we go, Mr. Milam.
Okay, let's go.
This is the morning session of the 12th, Chair.
This thing is difficult when we do this thing. Okay. Oh, now I see. Okay. It's still on the... I get the point. Okay, honorable members. Any move of the minutes of the 12 on the ERA bill?
This is on the NNR, Chair.
This one?
This one, yes.
Chair?
Honorable Malem?
I move the adoption. I apologize. I've got to tell you, so many meetings, and it's blurring in my mind. Yeah, I move the adoption. I now recall the meeting. Thank you.
Whew. Okay. Any seconder?
Chair, I second the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Shafta. Any matters arising? 1, 2, 3. Honorable, you? Mr. Kotze?
12 December, the afternoon, Chair, on the ERA. Responses by the DMRE on the ERA written submissions.
Yeah. Any move of the minutes? The absence of? Thank you, Sus V. Any seconder? Honorable Malinga, thank you.
Betoi Baker Makeka, hand is raised.
Honorable Chobeka Makeke?
I second Chairperson the minutes.
Thank you very much. Any matters arising? Okay. The next set of minutes.
Let me get it just quickly, Chair. It's the minutes of 6 February, Chair.
Okay. Yes. Honorable members, is there any move of the minutes of the 6th of February?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. I see the hand of Honorable Makeke and Honorable Mailem, either of you.
Chair, I second the adoption.
Thank you very much. Any matters arising? Okay, none. Next, Ari.
The 9th of February, Chair.
Okay. Let's go. Okay. Any mover of the minutes? Honorable Jobeka Makeke, I see your hand.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wolmarans. Any matters arising? Going 1, going 2, going 3. Okay.
The last set, Chair.
Yes.
Last week's meeting, 14th.
Yes. Any move of that set of minutes? Any mover?
Yeah, I hereby move for the adoption of the minutes, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Volmarans. Any seconder?
Chair, second.
Thank you, Honorable Malem. The second, that any matters arising? Going one, going two, going three. Okay. Ari and Ayanda next. Are we?
That's it, Chair. All our meetings minutes has been adopted, Chair. So we're up to date.
Okay. The next item, Ari, is update on the meetings
Yes, Chair.
for the week. Okay. Let me start with the difficult one. Honorable members will recall, I didn't want to raise this on matters arising. And this I highlighted that we had made an application for the meeting today, and it should have been a two set of meeting, which was going to be the early session and the evening session. At that time, we had not received the actual cutoff time for today's evening session. Subsequently, we have received that the program for today, if I'm not mistaken, goes up to 7:15, 7:30.
That's correct, Chair.
Which goes far beyond what we had anticipated. That's point one. We had also highlighted that we needed to have we have made an application to the House Chair for Wednesday, which we know Wednesday was not our slot. But because of also the manner in which the program seeks or demands to be attended to, congested as it might be, and then we also raised the issue of a Friday. That members had raised concern. First, about today, we're looking at that. We agreed that in as much as we want to deal with the bill as effectively and as fast as possible, the first challenge we're having is that the meeting we said it will then proceed until 9 o'clock. We have no guarantee that that 7:15, that has been put will still be there, which means we may have a much more longer meeting than anticipated. So we decided that let's call off the evening session on the basis of time uncertainty, of which even when we tried to look on a Wednesday is, I think, clearly it finishes at 1:45. At 1:45, according to the estimated time, which again could even be longer than that. So we decided that the evening sessions, let's put them aside, and then we'll find a way of managing the program differently than the manner it was, because it was going to create much more challenges for us. So that is the first thing. So we won't have the evening session today. Tomorrow, I'm sure honorable members had received a notice. We received a letter from, in fact, let me start with this one, where our application was approved by the House Chair, although it came a bit later. We had received a letter from Public Enterprise sent to the secretaries requesting that we join them on their portfolio committee that is sitting tomorrow, so that we can receive a briefing, one, from DMRE, two, from the Public Enterprise and from ESCOM, three, from the Minister of Electricity on the proposed or the bill that we are dealing with, which is the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill. The advice, having engaged with the committee team, support staff, we agreed that because now there will be the Minister of Electricity, but also ESCOM speaking on a platform where they are not just responding, but they might be having a platform that they are much more confident on what they are raising, but also the DPE, we might benefit as a committee from that, those inputs from the three, and be much more informed when we engage as a portfolio committee. Hence, we said, then let's accept the invitation. Unfortunately, when the response then came back, I hope I'm putting it correctly, because it did not come. The report then says the agenda now has completely changed. The agenda only says the MRE will be making a presentation on the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill. Nothing else. Now, we find it that going to be very awkward for this committee not then to proceed with a bill that is a little bit of high priority bill and go and listen to the MRE. Members will recall the MRE, as soon as the bill came for our attention, we invited the MRE to brief the committee on the bill for its own understanding before we undertook the public consultation process. Subsequently, when we were done with written submissions, they also came back to give their response and views on the written submissions. And last time they were here just now, they came to respond now on the provincial public hearing. So we don't think that the meeting would have assisted any much more if it is still the same the MRE that is making that same presentation that they gave us from the inception. I'm informed that the reason for the PC on public enterprise, they decided the MRE, they wanted first to understand the contents of the bill, which is for their own understanding and its impact on ESCOM. So then we said we agreed with the committee support staff that we then have to proceed with the bill because nothing new that is coming in that can make us not to proceed with the meeting. So we are proceeding with the meeting tomorrow. We don't know what will be the outcome of that one, but I must say the reason we agreed was that we were going to benefit, or may have benefited or had a better understanding, especially from the Minister of Electricity. So I think that's the first thing that we considered. I don't want to go to my hindsight thinking on a specific matter. Then we then said, well, we'll have to proceed with our meeting. As members understand, then when we deliberate today and tomorrow, at least we need to have a base in which, if we proceed with the deliberations, we can get a proper and a much more better guidance. But also with the fact that honorable members had raised concern about using Friday as an intense day. Also the committee staff said they may have to consolidate the little or the total information that will come out of the deliberations, even at an initial stage, and see how to guide. And if we meet on Friday, we might be giving them only one day, in as much as there's deliberation. So let's alleviate the Friday and be able to deal with all the matters now again in the following week, which means Friday we don't have that meeting, and they will then go back and consolidate and take us through. And if there is a need to then outline a procedural approach on the issue of the deliberations as well as the clause by clause, they will then be able to have done that work and then be able to guide the committee going forward. So I thought that's the issue that we needed to come and account to the committee with regards to the standing and status of the meetings. Let me allow members, I think we can only take, if we want to deliberate, but it is the duty to intervene where it is necessary, but also it is our responsibility to come and account for matters that would not have waited for the committee to come in. Can I then get, if is there anything that honorable members will want to have? We get your guidance and your counseling. I see the hand of Honorable Mylem. Is there any other hand, honorable members? Okay, Honorable Mylem.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't have a problem with what you've proposed. I just would ask that Ari or Ayanda send out an updated program for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mylem. I'm sure it's not a big deal. It's not a big issue. We can that can be done going forward. Because as you said, we may have to make a consideration of one or two that may be factored in outside what we had adopted in order to reward the other time. Ari and Ayanda, you get the point?
It's fine,
Yes,
Chair.
Chair.
Okay. Can we then go to the next item?
Now we start with the deliberations, Chair.
I'm guided, Ari. That one, you know, it's I prefer when it is being handled administratively, and then I do this time around. Honorable members, in my previous life, I used to say chairperson's job is a lazy one. It's just to point at people who are raising their hands. I've learned that now is different. So I hope this time around I'll be allowed to do exactly that. The work of a lazy person just to point at hands. Ari, Ayanda, Sivu, is the office of the Chief State Law Advisor present? And I saw Advocate Jenkins. Am I?
Yes, Chair, you are correct. We've got the State Law Advisor on the platform and Advocate Jenkins. I think he lost a network. He's back now.
Okay. See, Advocate Jenkins is the one who is in, last time we were told this is, what do you call it? Division of Labor. Is dealing with the...
Sorry, Chair, the name of the State Law Advisor, it's Rashka Harishka. I'm not sure about the spelling, but Rashka is on the platform from the State Law Advisors. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Let me check. I don't like to call somebody. Is it Rashka?
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Raksha Haricharan and I'm the State Law Advisor. And good morning to all on the platform.
Thank you, ma'am. You are welcome. This time around, we will be borrowing a lot from your academic achievement and wisdom. And then Advocate Jenkins, you will help us. Ari, without any delays, can we... You are not getting any younger. Help us then with the approach.
Like we did with the Hello, Chair. Yeah, like we did with the UPRD, Chair. We start from the beginning, Chair, with on the bill.
Oh.
Yeah.
With the definition, with the purpose itself, what the
Yes,
bill
Chair.
is what the bill is all about.
Yeah.
Remember
this one?
Yeah.
Remember this one we left with the UPRD. We proceeded with the clauses, with the respective clauses, because there might be some changes in the long title of the bill. So we proceeded with clause 1, Chair. And subsequent clause.
There are two options if we are guided by the committee, if they allow us. The first one is that, remember, there was a reason when we had to forego that one. I'm not sure whether that reason arises now. That is the first thing. The second one is that we may take an option that says, let's leave that part. It can only assist in terms of definition and purpose when we are done with the rest. What do you want us to do, Honorable? Do we agree that maybe we take the second option? My good honorable members?
That's fine, Chair.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable. Okay, I get you, Honorable Mailem. Honorable Malinga?
No, I think it's going to be proper, Chair, to start with the definitions like we did with the upstream petroleum bill. I think it's proper to start that way.
Okay, and then we come back to the object, or what we call it, Ari, the purpose or intention, which is the bill itself.
The long title of the bill is, Chair.
Okay, yeah, I think then let's go to B. Or what is this thing, to number, which is the definitions. That is section 1. Any issue with regards to, what do you call it, ancillary services. Hey, you will bear with me, I can't find my glasses. Balance of responsibility. And balance of responsible and balance of responsible party. Let's say balance of responsible means taking physical and financial responsibility for maintaining real-time balancing at specific metering points by submitting forecasts and participating in the energy market. That's the general definition of then a party is a licensed or registered generator, distributor, or trader that is responsible for balance. Is it correct to say for balance responsible activities? That is responsible for balance responsible activities, and which is accountable through the balancing mechanisms for deviations. Am I understanding it correctly?
Chair?
Honorable Mailem?
Chair, if you read the what we're defining, first of all, we're defining what a balanced responsible party is. And previously, the previous definition, we define what balanced responsible is. So in terms of a balanced responsible party, it is that person or entity that is responsible for balance responsible being defined up above in the previous definition, activities. So I don't have an issue with that. I really don't. I think that's fine. I think it makes sense. It's not really the best. I don't know how I would word it better, but it does.
No. I get you. I was just, look, I don't have a problem myself, I'm saying. But when you look at, just say distribute and trade, after that, it says that is responsible for balance, responsible activities.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mashauri.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone who has logged in. Chair, I'm not far from what Honorable Milam is submitting, because we defined what balance responsible is, and we outlined the activities which are taking physical and financial responsibility and maintaining real-time balancing at a specified metering point by submitting forecast and participating in the energy market. Those are the activities. So when we come to balance responsible party and say it means a licensed or registered generator, we are now giving it to a living person. What kind of a living person, what requirement are they supposed to have? And we're saying they must be licensed and registered generator and distributor or trader that is responsible for the activities that we defined at the balance responsible. I think I don't have a problem with the definition, Chair.
Okay. The next one is okay, balancing mechanism. Again, is stated, which is the platform for the settlement of settlement of electrical energy operating in real time, with the systems operator issuing dispatch instruction to dispatchable generating units and demand side resources to ensure that supply and demand on the transmission and distribution system are in balance in real time. You will bear with me, honorable members, I must check. I see there is a hand of Honorable Milam.
Chairperson, there was a proposal that balancing mechanism be amended, and DMRE supported that proposal. Could we possibly get that proposed amendment?
Oh, I made a mistake. Sorry, DMRE, you are too much of a frequent guest here. I saw DDG Ngwabe. Sorry, my apologies. I know that it's a process that DMRE also can participate. Is there, you welcome Ms. Ngwabe and your team. Do you want to have a take on this?
Morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Can I ask Mr. Nhlapo, who is also on the call? Mr. Nhlapo?
Okay. Chair, good morning, honorable members, and thank you, DG. I think, DG, I'm struggling with connectivity, but I think what I heard was an honorable member mentioning that there was a proposal on balancing mechanism and the DMRE had accepted the proposed changes. Yes, Chair, I think we have accepted the proposal. It's just that I don't have the proper read up. I just need to scroll it. I'm not sure whether we need to indicate what is the proposed change and what do we accept. I need guidance, Chair.
No. If you don't have it now, that's okay. That's why we said when we start next week, we would have effected, or what do we call it? We would have made those necessary requirements. The Honorable Mailem was just highlighting that there was a proposed approach on the matter, which is what you had agreed that you are amenable to. I think what we are then saying, if that is the case, can you then go back to your notes and your submissions, look at that item? It is now being flagged until it comes back as a concrete balanced. You see now we're balancing a concrete balanced, call it amendment or review of the of that definition. Do you get me now? We're not saying do it now. Honorable Malem, I see your head now. We're not saying do it now. We're just saying find a way so that when we polish and we do the work, it's already included there. Okay, Honorable Malem.
Chair, I have a bit of a problem with that because we're supposed to be deliberating on the proposed amendments, but if the amendments are not before us, how do we deliberate on them? So, I mean, there are a number of amendments throughout the bill. The draft that we have in front of us is the original draft that was submitted towards the end of last year. We've now had public comments and submissions, and DMRE have supported some of those and rejected some of those, but we can't do deliberations on the draft without knowing what the alternative is that's being put on the table. So I really have a problem that we're trying to look at something without what is agreed to or what they think should be changed.
Okay, before I go, let me give, I'll come to you, Ms. Ngwabe. Honorable Malinga.
Good morning, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, and everybody on the call. Chairperson, I likely want to agree with Honorable Mailem. I think we're dealing with we need to deal with the amendments, Chair. And we need to have those inputs before us so that we do the correct job. So I don't know if Mr. Kotse will be able to split his screen and whatnot, because if I also remember correctly, the balancing mechanism, there was a proposal there, Chair, if my memory serves me well. So we don't want to do incorrect work while we are rushing. I think last Chair, when we were dealing with the upstream, we filtered in what was said, even during our deliberations, even after the department had responded on the issues that were raised in our public hearings. We had everything before us. Maybe if we could go that route, maybe it will assist us, Chair, so that we don't make mistakes on the bill that is so critical and urgent. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Ngwabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I'm looking at, I don't know, Chair, if you can allow me for a second to share my screen. I've just looked at the latest, I'm trying to share while I'm speaking. At the latest presentation we made.
Keep hosting rights to me.
Yes, I'll give the hosting rights now. Or if it makes it easier, you can share from your side, colleagues, the presentation, because
I have
shared
the hosting rights, Nkozo. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen, Honorable Chair?
Yes.
Okay. So I will go straight to this slide. So I think what we are talking about is this part which we had presented to the committee, that these definitions be amended to enhance them and give them a clearer meaning. And our response was that the proposals are supported, and the proposal to amend the definitions is to amend. So from the last time we presented to the committee and today, I just wanted to say, Chair, can we follow this and make notes as we go along also on our scripts, and so that the team immediately after this meeting, then we finalize, we conclude on these areas where we have agreed to make the proposed amendments. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Ngwabe. Honorable members, I might be getting it completely wrong, and I must apologize for that. My understanding is that you can't have amendments until the committee itself has accepted. So you get the original proposed amendments. You then make reference. The issue is that we do have the notes and the submission that was made by the DMRE that was supposed to be referring to. Maybe the limitation again is that by virtual meetings, we can't have the documents, all of them in front of us. But what you can do is to put what DMRE had said and then say it is an amendment. It is the committee that must make the amendments. It must then accept what is being proposed by the DMRE. And when then it is done, you will help me, there's something called the A version, which now comes back with all what has been put in as amendments before you go for clause by clause. When you are done with clause by clause, you then deal with the B version, which is about adopting now the recommendations on the bill. So what the MRE had presented to us, if members wanted, then they request that they be resent what that submission or a outcome of what the committee had agreed to. But what we can do is to give members a version that includes what the MRE says. That is, maybe I must get that guidance, but I don't have a problem. But what my understanding is that until such time we as members of the committee agree with what the MRE has proposed in response to this, which is why I was saying, then if we agree now, it means they will have to go back and refine that. They bring it back as the A version, which is now accommodate and incorporates what is proposed or is being accepted, not only by the MRE, sometimes those will include what the committee itself feels it has to be included without what the MRE would have proposed as an agreement. Otherwise, there will be no, in my view, there will be no reason then to undertake an exercise if ours is to agree and take what the MRE is saying as amendments that they must be adopted by the committee. But let me get the guidance on this one so that we all talk to one procedure that we must follow. Can I get, yes, Honorable Milam?
I apologize, Chair. Just before you seek guidance, perhaps this can be included in that guidance. What I'm struggling with is we're looking at the document without any alternatives. We don't see the alternatives. So I've got the presentation that is now on the screen. I've got it actually open next to me. But my point is that even there, I don't know what they're agreeing to. I don't know what is supported or not supported. I don't know what the alternative is that is being put on the table. So we're deliberating in the dark. And all I'm asking, I'm not asking that we have a B version of the bill or anything like that. I'm just asking, can we get the proposals that are being, whether they supported or not supported, can we get the proposals put up so that we can consider whether or not that's something that we want to pursue? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can I? Honorable members, can I? Advocate Jenkins and Rax, please forget to on this one, just to clarify the procedure. I don't want to make it a big issue. Raksha and my understanding is that even members, if they remember when we were dealing with the upstream, the first thing we said was that it would have been nice to get the original bill that is being amended, if it's an amendment. I think even when we're making two, I thought this is why I'm saying we must get an understanding that when DMRE is part, and this is what I remember we're doing, when it is part of the meeting, they then confirm what is contained there and what is now they are proposing. What is their proposal? If they say this is our proposal and we are amenable to this amendment, then we take it from there. But I don't have a problem. I'm not sure though how are we going to do at a technical level 2 presentations in one. And if Honorable Mylem says now it's not there on their presentation, because as members, my understanding is that when TMRE made those presentations and responded to this, that then required that us as members, we accept, and then if it is accepted, it then gets factored in as a proposed. It is then when we look whether it is as the committee understood it. But let me get the guidance from at a procedural level from Advocate Jenkins. Sorry to this one requires that we do a proper work that cannot be challenged at a procedural level.
Chairperson, if I may.
Raksha also.
Okay, should I go first, Chairperson? Is that
yes.
Okay? Okay.
Yes,
Chair, from a rules perspective, the rules allow the committee to determine its own procedure when it comes to these, let's call it, detailed procedures to consider the bill. The rules, in any event, when we are dealing after the public hearings and after our motion of desirability, there's various ways that a committee can deal with a bill. One of them being to look at the sort of general themes in the bill and to accept that and then to move to clause by clause, or to take the bill from one side to another. That is for the committee to decide. But Chair, there's no legal requirement that we have to follow here other than what I've just mentioned now when it comes to what the committee is discussing. In my experience in various committees, at least when we go through the bill as we are planning to do today and tonight and tomorrow and the rest of the week, Chairperson, the department, when they've said in their responses to public hearings that they accept or reject, usually there are reasons as well as some proposal when there was acceptance of the public comment. So, Chair, in that case, some departments have come and gave a sort of comments next to the bill while we're going through it. Others have said, look, they will stop, or they will indicate to the chairperson if we get to a clause where they have accepted a proposed amendment from the public. So I think to move forward, chairperson, it is necessary for members to, well, I'm just saying from my experience, not a legal issue, but from my experience, the members find it very beneficial when they go through a bill and the department says, here, we plan the following amendment, and there is something in writing, we can consider a document. If it's not the same document as the bill, at least there's another document that speaks to the bill, and we can quickly cross-reference them, Chair. So that's the usual part, but there's no legal restriction on how the committee must do it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Madam Raksha, you want to come in, or you are okay?
I'm fine, Chairperson. There's nothing further to add. Just to mention that it is a procedural matter of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, we will then go and look at, maybe it will help the exercise that let me see.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, is that
Sivu?
yes, Sivu?
Yeah, good morning, honorable members. I'm just going back to how we dealt with the upstream bill. With the upstream, we dealt with the original bill where, Chairperson, you went to definitions, and then do members have any additions on that? And then we highlighted where there is comments or changes in the definitions. For example, in this bill, there's a lot of changes that needs to be done. There's new definitions that have been added. There's amendments to the existing definitions. So that will be incorporated in what they call version A. Those amendments will come then to the committee. Then the committee deliberate on that, and then we move on to version B. So it's gonna take a long time for the committee to deal with the original bill, and then the department responds as they are doing currently. So my proposal would be that the committee goes through the original bill, and then members indicate where changes need to be made, and then we take that into the A version, and then we bring it back like we did with upstream. I'm not sure if I'm clear. Thanks, sir.
Chair.
Honorable Mashaule, I saw your hand.
Oh, okay.
Babu Chaza nawe ne? I'll come after you to Honorable Chaza, and then we will take the common view for the committee. Okay?
Thanks, Chair. I had wished to come before Advocate Jenkins, but he partially covered what I was going to say. To say this is an amendment bill that came with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy through the submission to Parliament by Cabinet. And it has some proposed amendments from them. And we have gone to check with our people what is it that they think about the bill. There are areas where they have obviously made submissions, which our staff members have collected. And I assume that they would have flagged that there are certain areas that the public was strong about, to say they don't agree with the amendments that was proposed and so forth. So my view was that we would look at the amendments as they are, and then where the department still agrees with what they had proposed to us, that's fine until we say as the portfolio committee, no, we don't agree with this one, or a strong view collected by the staff members from the public, be it through written submissions or where we received submissions ourselves. They say, wait a minute, here is a descending view, and we look at it and say, what is it that we take between that of the department, that of the public, and what is our view? Because we ought to have a view on the two descending views. If we don't have a clear view, we park it like we were doing with other bills. We park it and say, we are noting that we will come back and thoroughly discuss this particular point and take a stance on it. I think that will help us a lot. So I'm suggesting that the participation of your team in the office, Chair, and that of DMRE must be equal to ours as and when we go, so that we flag those that there has been a public submission that is strong, because that's what we're looking for, and where the DMR is saying, wait a minute, here we think we don't agree with the proposed amendment as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to my colleagues, yourself, and the staff members, and the legal advice, Chair. And indeed, Honorable Mahlaule then covers me on a lot of ground that I wanted to touch on, because we're already from the public, and I think that we covered last time Zerast and other municipalities in the Northwest. I was hoping that perhaps at this point we juxtapose the bills, the bill itself and the original, to say that this is how the bill was before, and this is what this is what the act was before, and this is the current bill, and this is what it sets out to propose, and we know what it sets out to propose, and then we can deal with like Honorable Mahlaule has just said now, that we know how the members of the public were either in agreement, and we have it on record that a certain percentage was this, and this doesn't mean that a minority view will wither away in the committee. If there is a strong view on what, and a scientific view in terms of this bill that holds, we can discuss about it and perhaps meet at a point of logging each other on these matters, or we can just reject whatever view they were discerning on, and perhaps that's where I'm thinking that we, the legal team, should guide us on, in terms of juxtaposing what the act before and what is the bill now seeks to propose vis-a-vis the public comments, and not much more as to deal with what it says on the meanings, but on the body of the bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Malinga, is Honorable Mahlaule Yolika's hand that one?
Yes, Chair, it's a legacy hand. Let me lower it. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Malinga?
No. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to agree with the submissions of Honorable Mahlaule, Chair, and also remind Honorable Teza that in all the public hearings, the chairperson did indicate that what the public was submitting, the portfolio committee at that time did not have a stance. So this exercise is for the portfolio committee to agree or disagree with what even the proposals that were made by the public, whether they will serve the purpose of the amendment. So it's what I wanted to remind him of, Chair, that we are not hell-bent to take the community issues and as they are, but we need to also engage on them, factored in, and the department's response on those ones, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, honourable members, let's do this. We will continue with the bill that has been referred to the committee. Where there is an already existing, if the department, if us, we agree, because it's about us now, not the department. If the department, we agree, we will proceed. Except if the department wants to advise us or any other person on the implications of that decision when the committee has made its proposed. If there are some things that we want to add or amend on the proposed, what stands now is what has been brought to this committee as amendments. Any other amendments which will come in will be amendments that are made by the committee, not the department. So we will be fair enough where the department has agreed and supports and a proposed amendment. Not, and I agree with you, Honorable Malinga, not even an amendment proposed by the public. At the end of the day, we are responsible and equally liable for the bill. So if we feel that both those proposals have got particular limitations, so be it, because we are the custodians of legislation. We consult, that is why you also give everyone a fair opportunity. But the final version from here to the NA rests with us. We can't say it is because it was proposed there. What do you do or what do you say? So can we go on? If that those amendments, if they don't exist now, they're not in front of us, they will go back, redraft, and incorporate what will be the correct version. We do have, but if we can do the up, when we say this and that, my view is that I fear a situation where we are told, no, we just, because that allegation was made, by the way, not that we should not do what is right, that we are just coming in here to rubber stamp what the executive is proposing. So I will appeal that let's apply our minds, but when we want a proper version, let's take that proper version. But it must be our own decision, our own recommendation. We must own up what will be contained in this bill at the end of this period. Can we now go, can we go through, is it true? Now, in the, I hope this is what we say, Togozo, can we go broader that in the meaning, it says balancing mechanism means a mechanism used by the system, by the system operator to balance the supply and demand of electricity in real time. That is what is being suggested as an alternative. If that's what it says, then we will still go back to this, put this as a proposed. You know that thing of scratching, the proposed amendment on the amendment bill will be like underlined as it is underlined, so that it can be a difference that this was the original of the proposed version of the amendment bill. This is now what is being contained. Can we now go back to the to the bill itself?
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Milam.
Chair, if we can put the bill and that document that we've just seen as two tabs on the same computer, we can flip between them easily without stopping sharing, starting sharing, stopping sharing, starting sharing all the time. I think that would make it much easier to follow. So if whoever was presenting that second document could open the draft bill and put it on another tab in the PDF reader.
Honorable, it's Ntokozo. I can't raise my hand now. I don't know what's happening with my. Yes. I wanted to propose, Honorable Chair, that maybe Mr. Kotze shares both documents from his side. This document was one of the attachments that we had submitted to the committee. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I didn't want to say that, but let's try, Honorable, because my understanding was that the document has been sent to us as members. We should be carrying it. But can I ask Ari and Ayanda, or even Ntokozo, I don't know, to resend the actual document? The document that you have just, maybe we don't have it at our disposal now.
No. We agree with what Honorable Maylam has just said. It can be two tabs on the screen. We agree that the documents were sent to us. Yes, we did not dispute that. Can Mr. Kotze just share on the screen so that we compare? Thank you very much.
What are we comparing?
So that we can read properly, Chairperson, than to remove and put back the Lukuza.
But what are we comparing?
Chairperson, can we just do as requested? And Chairperson continues to chair the meeting.
No, I'm chairing a meeting. That's why I'm asking, why must I chair a meeting that I don't know what are we doing? Because my fear, I must say this, honorable members, if we flag what the department is saying and not flag what the people that we have consulted have said, then we should not be defensive, or we should be careful of a situation where this committee is accused, maybe wrongly so, that the only version that they were prepared to take is what the department had put and said it agrees with it. Ari, can you try and put that, what the department is saying, as well as what it is proposed on the original bill?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Masaule.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think the reason why we are appealing that there be two screens, if possible, we can have 3 screens with what the people have said, is because of your earlier acknowledgement that it's always better when it's physical meetings, because we normally have documents. And you would understand better that we are scattered in different areas, and one may have one gadget with them, which makes it a bit difficult to access the other document that was sent. So it's just a matter of trying to accommodate our situation, not that there will be favoritism to a particular document and the other. If possible, we can highlight and flag all of them in the screen. I want to agree with Honorable Maylam that let's do that just to accommodate each other where we are in different areas. Thank you.
Yes, Ari?
Look, to be honest with you, Chair, I don't know how to do that. Maybe Ayanda or Sivu or Masudu knows. But I don't know.
Sorry, Chair, and Ari, both of us, I was chatting with Savi, none of us can be able to fly 3 documents at the same time. We have to ask IT to assist us. We can only fly 1 document.
You can't fly different. Look, if it's 2 documents, it means that document, the one from DMRE, has got the highlights of what transpired in the public hearing, and it is 1 document. The issue now is to match the original submitted bill by the department as well as the outcomes of the public hearings and what was DMR's take on the proposed outcomes. And those are contained in only one document, not on two. But I get what you are saying. We then have to check how long that will take. I saw that there's someone who wanted to intervene. Maybe he's going to help us with a double screening.
No, I was just going to say, Chair, I was just going to ask whether the committee does not have an allocated person from the IT to deal with these matters as quickly as possible, given the need.
Sorry, can I respond on that? No, the committees doesn't have any allocated person for IT. All parliamentary units use same IT. Now we have to call them. We can't even, because we are not in parliament. So it will depend when they will respond. But we are trying to call them now and see if they can assist.
How long it will take?
I don't want to lie, Chair. I'm not sure. Because normally when we log for a password, it takes a day at times, depending if you get a technician on time. So
they are working remotely as well, yeah.
They are working remotely. They are not in parliament also.
Then we have got two options. It's either then to postpone and then agree that our meetings will have to be physical.
Chairperson?
Honorable Mahlauli, because if it's going to take that long.
Chairperson,
then I'll go to Honorable Cesar.
May I propose that we don't postpone this meeting? Instead, we put the original amendment, like we were going through it, and be alert to the department, like I suggested, the department and the staff on what would be contending views, both from the department and what has been submitted by the people. Now, there must be an interactive meeting where Sivo Aro Ayanda will say, wait a minute, honorable members, there was a strong view on this item, and it reads as follows. Then that screen is the one that comes in flighted, and then same exercise with
that can be done, yes, Chair.
Honorable Mahlauli, you always get a good spot and then you nyamalalat. Honorable Mahlauli? Okay, Babutsaza, then RSA is already saying it is possible to look at that, to work on that.
No, it's fine, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, so what I then propose is either Sibu or Ayanda open the document which the department flighted, and then I'll flight the B23, and then we can just alternate between the two.
Okay, I'll flight the department's document.
Yeah. So you can just alert the committee when there's a definition or a clause which was supported by the department, and then you flight. I'll flight the bill.
Yes, that's fine. Can we continue? That doesn't stop members to make their own original observations or proposals.
So we'll continue with the definitions, I say, from balancing mechanism.
Okay, I think there is a proposal that we consider the proposed version there, which is proposed. Then the central budget, what do you call it? Central Purchasing Agency, is there an issue there? I guess there is none.
Sorry, Chair, I'm trying to flight in this document from the department. I think there's something there.
No, you don't need to flight it now, Ayanda. You flight it when an amendment is supported by the department in that document.
Okay, I get you.
So you just need to alert Chair that Chair, here's something on Director General, and then you flight it.
Chair, there was a proposed amendment that was supported on central purchasing.
Yes. Yeah.
Can we see that?
Chair, it really would be much easier if Ari had both documents open on his computer.
I thought Ari said he can't. That's why there was the issue. I don't know, Ari, can you answer for yourself? I don't want to speak, but I thought Ari said he can't put both documents in terms of what they have. Hence, somebody else had to do that exercise.
No, Chair, I can open both documents, but
Yeah.
then I need to go between the documents. But what I'm saying is, but somebody else must just alert us that there is something on Director General. So I can swap between the documents, but I can't flight both documents on the same screen at the same time.
Okay,
I
can you
flight
do
it
now?
individually?
Can you do now?
Yeah.
Because there's a
Wait, there's Ayanda sharing now.
Apologies, my computer is freezing. Apologies,
Okay.
members, my computer is freezing, but I'm trying to flight in this document.
yes.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable
This is not the same. This is not the same document that the department were flighting.
Okay, sorry, members, let me come in. This is
Okay,
the
we just got this this email from Dokozo now, Mr. Mailem. So I'm flighting the document they just sent us 5 minutes ago. I will go and check the one that you are looking for that was sent previously.
All right, can I come in, Chair, please? The one that Ayanda is flighting now is the public hearings report, not the responses by the department on the written submissions. But I checked on both documents. I don't see any change that is being effected on the Central Purchasing Agency. Thanks.
Let me flight the other document quickly. Where is it now?
Ari and Ayanda, do you have this document?
Yes, this is what I'm flighting now, Chair.
Ari, it's on page 30 onwards.
Page 30.
Here we go.
Ben Ngwabe raised the hand, Chair.
Mama Ngwabe. Yeah, ayinzima lento senzayo.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I've called a colleague from IT. He's currently in my office. He was showing me PDF. It basically doesn't allow us to split this, but he was showing me an option. If Chair would allow us to do it quickly with the IT colleague, and then honourable members can tell us whether that will work better. Maybe Ari, then if you could quickly share with me that version of the bill so that I make sure I'm writing the same version in front of you, and then we will do it quickly, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
But Ari, can you also quickly send it to honourable members now as we are still here?
That's fine, Chair.
So that they can satisfy themselves with their own contribution.
That's fine, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I think what we've got now will work. If we can just enlarge it, please, Ariko, so that we can see it a little bit clearer.
Is it possible that Rico, you put it as a full screen rather? Like, because
I'm trying to figure that out now, Mr. Teza.
Or it's on my side. Because
no, I hear what you're saying.
We're challenged.
I don't see an option here.
If you go view full screen, it should give you that up in the top left-hand corner. View.
Oh yes.
Full screen.
The full screen, because now it's not really.
Is that better?
That's much better. And then you can enlarge it now on that full screen.
Hey, Mr. Teza.
I'm telling you, I'm gone. My eyes are gone. And I have double lens on top of it.
I'm seeing if I can make it bigger.
Chair, I'm comfortable with the Chair.
Yes, Honourable.
Chair, I'm comfortable with the alternative that has been proposed of central purchasing agency.
The one now coming.
That one that's on the screen now, Chair.
Remember, there are two on the screen.
So,
the
Chair,
one
this
that
is
proposed by DMRE.
This one that's on the screen right now, the one that's showing up now that says central purchasing agency means the entity assigned to to fulfill the role of the wholesale buyer to maintain system integrity during and after the transition to a competitive electricity market.
Which one is that? The one in front of me, it says, which is from DMRE.
On top, Chair. Top right.
Yeah, nifihlile apha Why?
Andivumelani nayo mna Chair laa nto le, because andiyazi by what does it entail into yokuba ithethe nge-wholesale buyer and then maintain systems integrity during and after the transition to a competitive electricity market. Which environment is that?
Person?
Does that exist?
Okay, Honourable Mahlaule.
I think the amendment that we should be embracing, in my view here, or dealing with, is that there is a proposal that when we deal with this, we say in the bill, instead of using the word, and it's written there in the comments, instead of the word during, we say during and after. Why do we need to say that? Because it restricts to say after is not provided for in terms of the the activities that the CPA must perform. So instead of saying during, because during it means when it's happening, and then after you don't regulate and you don't do anything, which is restrictive. I tend to agree with the proposal as supported by the DMRE to say let's insert during and after so that we don't deal with during. But if there is a proposal from the public, it will be good to hear it as well, so that we don't park this point and probably agree. If we agree, if we disagree, it's then that we can park. Thank you very much.
Look, the reality, let me say this, the reality, fortunately, the MRE says they support. So what they are supporting is what is being proposed in terms of the hearings. But I think also we are now dealing with the definition. The meaning, what does it mean? Not
Yes,
whether that, wait, Mr. Ceza. Whether that we agree with it or not, but it must be defined what is it. Before you agree with it or not, you must say. So it says, what is a central purchasing agency? It's there. It says it means the entity. It's an entity. That's what it is. It's an entity assigned to fulfill the role of the wholesale buyer, to maintain system integrity during and after the transition to a competitive electricity market. That's what they are defining. That's how they define it. So then I think honorable member says you can't only define it before, or you define it during, or you define it after. It is an entity that stands before, during, and after. That is the issue that they say is factored in. Then when you say you don't agree with it, it is only when we engage on the deliberations whether this is necessary. For now, we're still dealing with the definitions, which is what is the meaning of it. So I'm not sure then, honorable members, whether is there another definition of a central purchasing agency that we are having. Let me check.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Masaule.
I want to agree with you. There is no definition that we have, at least to my knowledge, we have formulated on this in this regard. That's why I was calling for a possibility of whether the public have submitted something different to this. But you are correct that this is a definition of the central purchasing agency. And the proposed amendment says, before this amendment that is proposed now, the CPA was only dealing with its mandate during the transition, meaning after the transition, it is unable to perform what it should be performing. So the proposal is that even after the transitioning period to competitive market, there must be a role played by the CPA. And I am saying to you, Chairman, if there is no other proposal, I agree with the proposed amendment to cover even after the transition to a competitive market era. Thank you very much.
Okay. If you wanted to come in, I see the Honorable Mailem, your mic is on.
Chair, yes, thank you. Chair, the point that Honorable Mahwale has just made is actually spot on the money. And if you compare this definition with the one that's in the draft bill, you will see that the changes are highlighted. And I think that we can support the proposal because it takes the role of the CPA beyond just the transitional phase and makes it longer. And that was the proposal that came from the public submissions and is supported by the DMRE, and I think we can support that, Chair.
Okay. Can we go to the next one?
Apologies, Chair. I just need to get the bill again. I have too many documents open here.
We must take you to some
IT school.
That's crash course on IT.
Where's it?
Please don't forget us.
No, I'm not, Chair. Oh man. There we go, Chair.
Okay, is there any issue on the departments? Nothing. Let's go.
Sorry, Chair, can we go to the right so we can just see?
Just hold on, Mr. Milam.
Ari, you don't need to close down. You can just scroll.
I don't know what is happening, but it's closing every time the other document.
So if you go up to DMRE responses at the top there.
I don't know what is happening now, Mr. Milam. Wait, let me just close this. You see, it closes that document. Wait. So you were talking about this document. Is this
Ari,
is
we
it
can't
showing
see anything.
nothing?
There's nothing showing on the screen.
Can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see here on top. I can just between the two documents. Okay. So where did you want to be, Mr. Milam?
There on direct supply agreement.
So there's no comment on the department, the DG, and the rest. Okay.
All right, Chair, I'm happy with that.
Where are we now, Are?
We just finished up with direct supplier agreement, Chair.
Yeah.
So now, so it was that one, direct supply agreement. Dispatching, nothing. Yeah, dispatching.
Dispatching, I don't think the definition is contested.
Nope.
Yeah.
Distribution licensee.
Is there a better difference? It says it's a holder of a license to operate. That's what the bill says.
There it is, Chair. The proposal is supported.
Yes.
Members are fine with that one. Distribution power system. The proposed amended definition.
There it is. It says, now we're still on the distribution power system.
Chairperson, I do know that the department has made a presentation to us, but I want to ask the thinking behind specifying that which operates at or below a nominal voltage of 132 kV but above 11 kV. Some explanation there before we agree to a technical definition.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So it's basically a distinction between the transmission lines and the distribution lines. Transmission lines carry high voltage power from the power station. And as it travels in the lines from the power station, it gets stepped down along the way. And once it gets into the distribution network, it's a lower voltage and a power that goes at a municipal level, basically. Yeah, it's, yes.
Is there any take either? But Mylem, is your hand up?
No, Chair, I'm happy.
You want to speak? Okay. Let's go. Where are we now?
F, Chair.
Eh?
My hand is
F.
up, Chair.
Honorable Malinga?
Yes, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether I understand Ms. Ngwabe correctly, Chairperson. Is she saying that there's two differences? Because if you put 11 kV to the municipal lines, it means is the bill not actually dealing? I'm not sure. I'm not an energy guru, Chair. But the voltage, remember when we were dealing with the public hearings, the issue of the banning of transformers, doesn't this affect also that? When you reduce the capacity in the transformers and more people they get to be tenants on that transformers, wouldn't we have the same crisis of having people without electricity? Maybe if I could, my mind it's just thought of that thing, Chairperson, because I think it's a kilovolt, if I'm correct, that it doesn't reduce the power of the energy that goes to those substations so that they carry the electricity to the households and everything, because she's talking about municipal lines. If maybe I could get that one, Chair.
In fact, with the explanation, like Honorable Lunga is saying, you know, my fear with this definition, one might assume that it can operate above this at any given moment. In terms of the future projection, is it always guaranteed that it will always be at or below 132? And what info? I think we're making a scientific decision here on something that I get what you say in terms of high and low voltage, but I'm saying with technology that advances, are we sure that in the near future we can operate it above that 132 kilovolts? I'm just asking because with the initial definition, let's go on the, maybe
Sure.
let me give you to answer on that one. You wanted to come in, Honorable, before
Yes, Chair. I want to ask it differently because I think I understand her, but I want to make sure that I understand. Is she saying that at a transmission level, the voltage that is being transmitted is high, and there comes a point where when you get to the level of distribution, you need to carry low voltage for distribution, which can be handled by the distribution, what we call this power system, but can only be handled by the transmission system, which we are not defining now. We're going to define it. So the separation between that is the distributor can only carry so much voltage so as to control what Honorable Malinga is saying, that the voltages that they distribute and can handle is at a particular level and not at that level of transmission, because at the transmission point, electricity can be taken either way. It can go to a certain area and not where the distributor is able to accept it and distribute a certain allocated amount. Is that what I'm hearing, Honorable Ms. Mugwabe?
No, you may never know. We're on the verge of elections. Maybe it's a future honorable member. Okay. Yes,
thank you. Thank you, honorable members. So I'm going to also share via email quickly a fact sheet compiled by ESCOM, which explains this in simpler terms. But basically, as I was saying, power stations generate power at a high voltage. And in between, as the power is being transported from a power station, it has to be stepped down. And that's where the substations and the transformers then will step down the voltage to a voltage level that can be consumed by an ordinary consumer like households. But I will share that it's just that difference to say at transmission level, it's high voltage power that can be usable by a household, for example, directly. It has to be stepped down. And this is the standard in South Africa. Any distribution line in South Africa operates at this level, 132. And then the question that Honorable Malinga raises about substations that blow up, that is a function of two things mainly. Poor maintenance, where you find that the substations are not properly maintained regularly as scheduled. If you were to look at the architecture of those mini substations in the townships, they have something inside that looks like an oil heater, and that thing literally has oil in it, and it needs to be changed and serviced regularly. So when they don't, it heats up and all sorts of things then happen. But the second aspect, it's also a function of power tapping, where you find what is commonly called izinyoka, people tapping on the power system, and that results in the blowing up of substations. But it's definitely not to do with what we are presenting here. I will email just now the fact sheet to Ayanda and Ari so that they can also share with honorable members. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay.
Chair,
Honorable Masala.
with the understanding that I now have from the explanation, which is what I got the first time, I want to join Honorable Malem that we support the amendment.
Okay, next one.
So that was the distribution power system, Chair. We are now, we are now at F, end user. There's nothing there. G, generation licensee.
Sorry,
nothing.
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
There's a municipality where a man was engaged by who was from a let me see from my notes now. Who was engaged by the chairperson. He was from a municipality. He asked about the difference between the end user, if honorable members remember, and the customer. So we might have to be clarified as to what is the difference really, because within this bill, it outlines the cost of the end user and the cost of. I will just can you outline the difference, whether it is the same or what does it mean when it's an end user, and what does it mean when it's a custom? Looking for that clause there.
Is there anyone who wants to have a take?
Chair?
Shumailem.
Chair, just to come in on that, the end user is the person who actually uses the electricity at the end of the day. The customer might be a middleman, such as a municipality, who buys the electricity and sells it on. So that would be, there might well be a difference, but for the purposes of end user, it's the person who actually uses the electricity and consumes it and finishes it.
Chairperson.
Okay, Mamngcwabe ngiyakubona, Mr. Mhlonishwa Masaule, and then Mamngcwabe.
Maybe I will come after Mamngcwabe, because the point I wanted to make, Chair, is that if the end user is as defined by Honorable Mailem and the customer is as well as defined by Honorable Mailem, then we need two definitions because they are not regulated the same. And I think that's where Honorable Kaza is coming from. And I think his question is very relevant, because if it's not the same, we need to define them differently. Thank you.
Okay, Mamngcwabe.
The Honorable Chair, yes, that is the understanding. And the example of a customer could be an estate. We have a lot of estates in the cities which have directly an account with the municipality, and then they own still the power to the estate. And secondly, on the point that Honorable Mahlaule makes, we are noting that we might need to then also clearly define customer. Yes, customer, because end user is there. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Gift. I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I just needed to highlight that the Act, the Principal Act, has a definition of a customer. And it means a person who purchases electricity or a service relating to the supply of electricity. So it would not have been included in the bill because it was not being amended, Chair. Thank you.
Hey, I think what is true, I agree with you, but with what you are raising now, and I've not gone through the entire bill, I'm not sure whether the bill itself won't be talking about a customer. Because if in the bill there's something that talks about a customer, we may have to come back as to why the definition then has not been included. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in the absence of that definition, then we may have, again, we'll be guided, we may have to do a contrasting exercise of the end user within the same. For instance, I don't know whether in law is allowed something that would say, unlike a customer, which is about blah, 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 blah. But in my view, I think it is correct that, remember, in the amendment that you are talking about, now we were learning, in the amendment that you are talking about, still, when that act is amended, it will still be carrying a customer. And the question is, will there be a distinction or a distinct definition of the customer from the definition of the end user? Honorable Mailem, you want to help me, to guide me, to help me?
Please, Chair, can I the committee, please?
Now I'll come to you. Let me take Honorable Mailem and then Honorable Kaza.
Chair, I think what Mr. Nhlapo is saying is that in the original act, the one that we are busy amending, not the amendment bill, but in the original act, there is a definition of customer. So there is no need to put a definition of customer in the amendment bill because it's already in the act. But there is a need to put or to amend the definition of end user, and that's what they're doing here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Chair, because you know, if you look at the licensing regime, if he says that it's already there, Section 14, if you go there, of the Principal Act hereby is amended. by a substitution in section 1 for paragraph A of the following paragraphs. A, the establishment where I have a problem, the establishment of and compliance with directives to govern relations between a licensee and its customers or end users. So, in light of what the contrasting definitions in terms of what this says, including the establishment of customer and end users forums. So, in light of the fact that you have this customer and end user forums or end users, that is permissible in this bill. Couldn't we define the two, because now it says or.
Chairperson.
Sure.
Chairperson.
But yes, I'm coming to you, Honorable Mashan. But the issue is that, can you define what is already defined and is not being amended? Because that is there. It's on the original act. It's not on the bill. In fact, it's on the act. Now, if we define it, when it's already defined on an act and is not a subject of amendment, how do we do it? Or do we make it, that's why I was asking, do we make it as a reference to as contained in the original act? I don't know. Honorable Bashaule.
Thank you very much, Chair. Initially, I understood the question of coming from Honorable Preza to seek a difference in terms of definition of an end user and a customer. And I agreed with that question. It was relevant because they are often mistaken to mean the same and not the same. Honorable Mailem and Ms. Dwabe came in and explained the difference, correctly so. And then Mr. Nhlapo gives a rider to say, because I was arguing that if they don't mean the same, then we have to define customer as well, because here we are defining end user. Mr. Nhlapo says there is no need for us to define customer because it is already there. And then he read the definition, meaning we have two definitions, and that's what we were asking for. We should be happy with that. Now, if in the body of the bill, somewhere it speaks of the customer, it will be referring to the definition that is in the original bill that he has read. Now, I am quite happy with that, because it means when we are speaking about end user and customer moving forward, we won't be meaning the same thing or confusing the two to be one. So it's already defined. There was no necessity for it to be written here, but it's there. It will form part of the end body of the bill. That's how I understand it, and I think we should be comfortable with that. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, honorable members. That's why I was saying you can't amend what is there already. So the issue of the only thing, which is what I think Honorable Preza is, don't want to say, but let me use the word, is cautioning us, is that it actually means in the body of the bill itself, we will have to make sure that what is referred to in the original, which is there of the bill as a customer, is not, which word I can use, does not find itself interchangeable, used to mean end user. That is for us to make sure that the body is consistent with the definition of an end user as well as the original definition. I think that is what we can do. For now, it is not a subject for that because it's already defined. That's why I was saying we can't define what is there, that what exists, and is not a subject of an amendment. Can we go to the next one? Generation license, there's no issue.
Nothing, Chair.
Independent power producer.
Nothing from the document, Chair.
Chair.
Honorable, sorry. Anyway, you can be, you are long here for 5 years. So even if I say Honorable Mahlale, I'm still calling the same person. Honorable Mailem.
Chair, I just have a question, and maybe the DMRE can give me some feedback on this definition of independent power producer. It talks about a direct or indirect controlling interest. Now, what if it has a direct interest that is not a controlling interest? In other words, if it has 45% of a stake, is that not an independent power producer? Sorry, let me go the other way. What if it has a controlling interest? So it has 51% of an entity. Is that an independent power producer or not? And I'd just like some clarity on that, please.
Yeah, but also, what does, maybe you can help us again, DMRE. Let me check before I become accused of being Honorable Mahlale. You see, I was avoiding to be Chachara. Honorable Mahlale, sorry, let me give you first before I raise my issue, because you might be clarifying me also.
No, Chair, thanks. And my apologies to take you back. You were quick on the generation licensee. I'm not on the next point, and my apology to Honorable Mailem as well. When we speak about generation licensee and we say it means a holder of a license to operate a generation facility in terms of that section, what do we call me who is generating electricity in my household or in the rooftop of my building? It doesn't matter how big it is, and I must supply Eskom, for instance, with the surplus that I may have generated. What am I in this definition? And with the allowance for private persons to generate until 100 megawatts, and if I'm not correct, without being issued a license or applying for a license, what do we call them? And under which section will they be regulated? Are we saying they are not going to be regulated at all, or what? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's park ours, Honorable Mailem. We will come back to it. Dogozo and Tlapo, on the issue that Honorable, don't respond on this one, because I'm still gonna add. We're just parking what Honorable Mailem had raised with regards to the independent power producer definition. Can we deal first with the generation licensee that Honorable Mahlale has raised?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will respond, and then I will also ask Mr. Nhlapo and Tim to also add if I've left out anything. So what Honorable Mahlale is raising, it's self-generation, what is called embedded generation. And remember, those ones, we said it's registration, not licensing. All they have to do is register. But if you really generate like we have now with rooftop solar projects, where people generate their own power in their homes, it falls within what we also call SSEG, small scale embedded generators. Some, like Honorable Mahlale is saying, would have, let's say I have 40 solar panels on my roof and 20 batteries, and that powers my house the whole day, and it enables me to sell back to the grid. And that selling back into the grid is what we call as a prosumer market. Again, it's just the rules at a municipal level that then regulate the conditions of selling back onto the grid. And for you to be allowed, there's a special connection that the municipality has to come and fit in at your house. So it would not be regulated here because it's not a license issue. You just follow the rules. It's at a much more lower level, whereas the bill regulates the higher level of power generation. I hope I've tried. Gift, you may add, colleague, if I've left anything. With your indulgence, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
No, thank you, TDG. I think on that explanation, I would not add anything. I'm not sure if I may proceed probably to deal with the clarity on independent power producer.
No, wait.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we've passed on this, we're dealt with this one.
Chairperson?
You want to make a follow-up, Honorable Mashale?
Yes, I understand the explanation by Ms. Wabe, and she makes a rider that it doesn't need a license, it just needs
registration.
The registration or a person who has registered to follow the rules. What happens when the person who is registered doesn't follow the rules? What then regulates that person?
I'm not sure, but they may want to. Didn't we deal with that at a time when we deal with the actual contents? Remember, there is somewhere where it talks about non-compliance. When a person is not compliant, what action can be taken, including the penalties that go with it. But if Ndogozo wants to come in, can I give her the chance to deal with that?
Honorable Chair, I hope I understand the question, but my response would be a municipality does have to come in. For example, let's say an individual staying in an area, they generate their own power, they want to sell back to the grid, number one, but two, you also want to fall back on the grid when there's no sun shining for a week, it's raining. You have no choice but to alert the municipality so that there is that control on your bill and your billing system. I just don't see how a person can't do it if you are still connected to the grid. Not unless a person decides to go off the grid completely. Then you go off the grid completely, you're on your own. When there's no sun shining for 7 days and you don't have power, then you don't have power. But if you are still connected to the grid, remember the municipality still does readings at your house, and they still need to provide readings and metering for what you sell back if you do sell back. But even if you don't sell back, the fact that you fall back on the grid when there's no sun shining or no wind, then that links you up with the municipality and you will be subjected to the rules that the municipality implements. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Let's agree. I think in as much as that's the issue, I hope I understood you, Honorable Mashaule, correctly. The question was still that on registration, there will be terms and conditions. And what if that person is not in compliance with those terms? And that's why I was saying, maybe that's an issue that we can then deal with it as we go on the actual body and content of the bill itself, where we take the definition, but we then look whether the body of the bill talks to that definition that we are dealing with in terms of mandate. Mamaling?
No, Chairperson, you have covered me. I wanted to say, let us park this explanation that we are receiving from the department. Then we will check if in the body the explanation is covered. Then we can at that time confirm the definition. It's what I wanted to say, Chair, that you have already said. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe this might sound, let's go to the IPP. I take the explanation, but it might sound like a small issue. Except if it is accommodated somewhere, DMRE. The definition of an independent power producer talks about any person. Any. Now, there is something called a juristic person. Does that any person include a juristic person? Because it's important to look at it. And whether does that any person includes, let me put it, a company or entity. And because when we say any person, that any person really can mean any person. I'm not sure whether do I get it correctly so. And any person also could mean is boundless. And I'm not saying it is wrong. I don't know. It's just an addition to what Honorable Milem had raised in relation to the content. Yeah. Is there any member wants also to have? I'm not talking about the functioning of them or their role. I'm just saying that definition of an independent power producer, when it says any person, to me, it is too open for interpretation. Okay, it's not even talking about private trade. It just says any person. Can I get maybe in addition to what Honorable Milem was raising? Jamari.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I ask Mr. Nhlapo to take that one? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Mr. Nhlapo, you wanted to take it anyway. I should have just come to you straight.
Thank you, DDG, and thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to take it before you ask the difficult questions, Chair. But Chair, any person, Chair, means from the interpretation of statutes, a legislation that also qualifies what a person means. It means a natural or juristic person, Chair. So it does include all forms of entities that are there from a company's law point of view, as well as from the public constitutional point of view, in terms of organs of states. From a company's point of view, all the other companies and entities, be they whichever form that they are incorporated under, including as well as natural persons. And then I think in terms of the clarity that was sought was whether that if I'm still capturing it correctly, Chair, was whether the intent means that a person, this is intended to ensure that whoever that person is does not hold a 51% or a controlling interest in that independent power producer. So if a person does hold a 51% or has a controlling interest, then is disqualified from being classified as an independent power producer, Chair. And this also, Chair, is intended to align again with the new generation regulations, which talks to the issues of independent power producers coming into the generation space through Section 34 determinations. Thank you, Chair.
Oof. Is that definition then, must I assume, I take your word. Honorable Madam.
No, Chairperson. I just want to deviate Mr. Nhlapo for a minute on his response on the 51% person being disqualified. What if people do what we call the joints and they become the 51% shareholder? How are you going to regulate that as the department? Because this issue of IPPs has a lot of interest who want to take the generation of electricity from being a state function to independent power producers. Is there a regulation that where you're going to, I don't know how, I'm just throwing this chair because the explanation says the person will be disqualified. What if a person who holds a 30% stake and one who holds 21% and it's not written, it's just a gentleman's agreement? How will the department regulate that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yebo, ngifake for Mara.
Okay. I think from the explanation of Rentla, we are missing something because I think we are complicating it. The key there, which I think I submit, is where an organ of state does not hold a direct or indirect controlling interest. So the key for me there would be the organ of state. If the organ of state, a state entity, does not hold majority of 51 plus, then that is an independent. It's where the independent is over the 51. And in such an instance, this definition then is correct as far as I'm concerned, save for that explanation of the any person. But in as far as this is concerned, where your IPP is not majority held in shares or otherwise by the state, then the IPP is an IPP in that instance. And this explanation then suffices as far as I'm submitting, Chair.
I hope I'm not distorting. I hope you are not coming for what I'm suspecting, Honorable Milam, with the explanation. But let me give you your chance.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, all I wanted to say is that having heard the explanation from the department and having listened to Honorable Wormerans, I actually agree that this definition does hold water. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I Kayegilani senzovuka ekuqwenge. Enehande. I assume it's agreed to. Let's go. Integrated distribution power system.
Where do you see that, Chair? Where do you see the integrated distribution power system?
So sorry, interconnected.
Sorry, Chair, can we scroll up a bit, please? Thank you, Chair. We've skipped over IRP.
No, I was on it. I thought there was no word. You can still go back.
Okay.
It's under I. That's what I was saying. It says the integrated resource plan, and then in brackets, a resource and indicative forward-looking plan established by the national sphere of government to give effect to electricity generation, which reflect national policy on electricity planning, which plan specifies the type of energy sources and technologies from which electricity may be generated, and it indicates the amount of electricity that is to be generated from each of such sources or technologies.
Chair, I just want to confirm the bold type in brackets, that is deleted, and then the underlined is inserted. Is that a correct interpretation?
I thought so too, but they can help us. I thought so too. Mamungab and Tlab.
Honorable Chair, yes, bold means deleted and underlined means insertion.
Okay. I'll deal with the procedural aspect later. Is there any other take, honorable members, on the IRP definition? I don't want to, okay, no, let me leave it. I guess I'm fine. Are you okay, honorable member, so that we go to Honorable Mashale is asking, where do I get integrated distribution power system? Because he can see twice, I only see once. Interconnected distribution power system.
Chairperson. It says interconnected distribution power system means a distribution power network that is interconnected to a transmission power system. If we were to say, explain what is this power network that we're talking about that is interconnected to the transmission power system, what would that be in physical terms? I'm not arguing with the definition, but the network itself, are we able to visualize what we're talking about here?
Jamari?
Thanks, Chair, for that question. I think here, if we were to visualize, is to say, from a distribution point of view, the lines where they connect until the delivery to your house, that is the interconnected distribution power systems. So the system means where it gets generated, point of connection, the lines that take these electrons to your house. That is the interconnected distribution system at the distribution level. When it interacts with the transmission power system, it means at the national level. That's where your 132 kV and 11 kV comes in. So that mechanism itself is referred to as a interconnected distribution power systems. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Balinga.
I request that we park this one, Chairperson, and think about it because it does not only end there, it also talks about legacy independent power producer contract. Can we pack it, Chair? Maybe we will come back to it. Thank Chair. While we scratch our brains on it.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, but we are still going to go on the one. It's a separate. If I looked at, let alone that they all three falls under J, but there is a different definition again of what is a legacy independent power producer contract. Then there's a definition of a license, and all three falls under. But I get you say that whilst here there is no major issue, including the explanation given, let me say, part one of J, which is interconnected distribution power system, be packed at this stage. There is no big issue about it based with the explanation, but we'll still have to go to the legacy independent and then the license. Honorable Milam.
No, Chair, you've solved my problem. These are different definitions, but they're all being inserted under clause J. Each one is a separate definition being inserted. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Mam Nwabi, you want to come in? In fact, there are more, ne? There are about 1, 2, 3, 4 now, 5 with the one that we said we were packing under J.
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mashaule, I was listening whether, now you can come in the meantime.
You also partially covered my concerns. However, when we say we are packing, go up a bit, the
interconnection.
Interconnection. It's fine. I'm actually partially covered by the visualization. I think I get an idea of what we're talking about. Why are we packing legacy independent power producers contract? Because the question we probably should be asking the department is that what is the rationale of putting it under J? What is the interconnectedness? Because its definition to me is straightforward in terms of what we're talking about, and what would put it under J and not as a separate definition on its own, because there's no correlation in my view between interconnected distribution power system in terms of its definition and how the legacy independent power producer contract has been defined, because it's straightforward. It means power purchase agreement that has been concluded prior to the launch of the competitive electricity market. Why did we find a need, Ms. Nwabe, to put that in J, which confuses what we are defining now? The reason why honorable members are saying let's pack it, it's how it's put there to act as if there's a relation with the other clause that are in J, and I don't see any relation. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, that's exactly my point. I think that's what Honorable Malinga was saying, that because the manner that it is put there, it's like it's a definition of one, but with many different aspects. That's why we're saying, no, we're not packing that one. But when you say you are satisfied, I said members will still be allowed when we deal with the comprehensive effected proposals. We'll still go through this exercise. So we are dealing now with the legacy independent power producer contract as a separate one. After that, I said there are almost under J 5 items or definitions that I'm not sure. I would have at least been a little bit less, let me say, less ignorant for myself if there was J1, J2, or JA, JB, something like that. With the way it is now, it's like it's a definition. It says there, by the insertion after the definition of integrated resource plan of the following definitions. Now, that is J. It seems J is still talking to the IRP, but the problem with the J talking to the IRP, in my view, it should have been K1 that then says by the insertion of the definition of the integrated resource plan, or the following definition therefore are effected or inserted, A, and so forth. But I agree 100% there is some degree where it may make us lose the sense or logic or chronology of events. Mam Ngwabe, you want to help us to understand how the bills are done. Help us, we are learning, even when we are on the exit door.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking through manual system, Chair. I think the comment, Chair, will not talk to the substance of the definitions themselves, but to the process and the style. I think the grouping of all those definitions under as if under one bracket, Chair, is what was done when the bill was finalized by the parliamentary bills office. I think it's just how it's a packaging issue, Chair. And it's similar to under C, Chair, because they also Department Director General Direct Supply. So, but how we know that we have packaged them is that they follow in terms of alphabetically to say this is put under this and then they follow, because I, J, K, if we don't have any definitions there, then it's L. So they've clubbed them together from a styling point of view, because when we submitted, it was like all underlined as separate definitions. I'm not sure if it assists, Chair, but it has no particular meaning to relations to saying probably they are a subsector of a particular specific definition, Chair. They are standalone definitions on their own. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine. I don't know whether members want to, but we'll still deal with them. Okay. License. I really don't. License, it says license means a license issued under this act. That's simple, very brief. Go to the next one. Market operator means a person licensed to operate a trading platform for power market participants and who takes no ownership of the energy traded. Any take, honorable members? Okay, market transaction means a transaction that occurs in a competitive environment, either on competitive trading platforms or bilaterally. On K, minister, it says by substituting for the definition of minister of the following means the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. What happens, I'm just asking out of curiosity, what happens if, like in our previous experience, what happens when that minister is no longer Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, but is only Minister of Energy? And Mineral Resources is independent. There's a standalone department. Okay, I'm just asking out of curiosity. In law,
I guess, Chair, you work with what you have now. and we have a Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy.
Okay.
Chairperson, if I might come in here.
Yes.
It's Frank Jenkins. Chairperson, usually what we see in some legislation, I will say the minister means the member of cabinet responsible for minerals, resources, and energy. To anticipate that there might be a name change. If that is not the case, Chairperson, then usually there are principles in legislative drafting that comes back to that, with the reference of the minister then would be the reference with the new minister now. And usually there's some addendum to legislation that when there is such shuffles or changes in the cabinet. So it's not a trans, it can be done differently, but it's not wrong to do it this way. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Can we move then to
Chair?
Shumaile?
Sorry, Chair, I apologize. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the advice. But I mean, could we not change the wording to something along the lines of means the minister responsible for or the minister assigned the responsibility for energy planning? What I mean, obviously the wording would have to come from DMRE and our legal advisors, but I'm just concerned that by saying the minister means the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, and then we have a Minister of Electricity and we have a Minister of Public Enterprises, it creates a role confusion.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Masala.
I'm afraid, Chair, on this one I will have to differ slightly with Honorable Mailam, because that which he is proposing, I think, is the one that will cause confusion. Because when you say minister responsible for energy, and then you don't qualify it to say irresponsible for what in the energy sector, is going to cause confusion. So I think the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy cuts any ambiguity that may be unintended, to say we are not talking about a Minister of Electricity who's responsible for ESCOM, or we are not talking about the minister who is from public enterprise who ESCOM reports to. We are talking about Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, so that we don't have this further confusion of roles between the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, the Minister of Electricity, and the Minister of DPE. And on hindsight, anticipating that the position of Minister of Electricity was just temporary, as was announced to us in, I can't remember whether it was SONA or what. Yeah, I think the Mineral Resources and Energy Minister cuts any ambiguity that may arise. Thank you very much.
All members, can we? Yeah, I think let's leave it as it is, but let's take note what Advocate Jenkins, can you help us when we deal with what you call it, schedules? Ne? Advocate Jenkins.
My apologies, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, we can, if I may, Chair, we can, I think when we go through the bill, we will see where the roles of the minister are, and then we can deal with whether those schedules, the schedules when there is a change in the name or the identification of is usually in the Public Service Act, where they do all the changes to, which is the different departments, and then of course you just get the minister for that. So I'll look at it, Chairperson, for sure, and we'll make sure that it comes out right at the end, Chair. What I can say, but at the moment, there's no problem with defining it the way it is, Chair.
Okay, and then members, then let's go to no issue on the multi-market. Going 1, going 2, going 3. Okay, on M. It's about the National Transmission Power System.
There is something on the document.
Yeah, let's get it, Ari.
There we go, Chair.
Yeah, on the other side, so there's an addition that says for purposes of the supply of electricity to customers within and outside South Africa above 132 kVs. Okay, I guess there's no objection. So we take the proposed supported amendment by DMRE. Next one, new generation capacity. Is there an item there, Ari?
No, Chair.
From honorable members, is there an item? I guess none. Let's go to, are we supposed to be on N now?
Yes, Chair.
Why you seem to be fast? Physical bilateral transaction.
There is, Chair.
Let's look at it. For me, my screen is not full, but it's okay. Any take, honorable members, or we support?
Chair?
Tony Shamailem.
I just want to confirm that this is to cover direct customer to customer or generator to customer sales that don't go through the central purchasing agents. Is that what this intended amendment is going to do?
Demari?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, honorable member, that's what we get as an answer. You're still gonna have a second and a third bite, don't worry. Okay, can we then go to?
Chair, just on that P price. As you can see, there's a but there's nothing in the bill. So it should be somewhere around here above.
There's no definition in the bill of a price.
In this amendment, Chair.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the bill.
Yeah.
So there's a proposal that we must insert the definition first of a price, and then give the meaning. What does it mean? Yes, there is a proposal, members, one, that we must add the definition of the price, and the definition of the price, it says a charge for electricity to an end user, I assume, reflecting the cost to serve that consumer.
Let me read it, Chair. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Price means a charge that electricity to an end user or consumer reflecting the cost to serve that consumer and may include a subsidy and CPA levy and a surcharge, tax, levy, or duty imposed by a municipality in terms of Section 229 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996.
So, honorable members.
Chairperson. And I just want to ask, now that we have defined price, what is the definition of tariffs?
Are we still not going there? I still just.
I'm not sure.
I think can we see?
There is tariff, Chair.
Yeah. Yeah, we will. I think so. There is a definition of a tariff. Yeah.
There we go, Chair.
We will come to it. We're still going. We're more chronological. I know that it will be out on T. My only issue, maybe I must raise this thing.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable myself.
I guess the reason why I was asking is that at P, there's a proposal. I'm not sure whether it's a proposal by the deletion of the definition of price. Okay, let's go. I will be patient to get where we are going. Okay.
Okay. Let's go up there where we were. Oh, it's texting this.
We are now at O.
We are now at
O. We were here, Chair. P
no, I was following that one. I wanted us to be on that one. On that version of the department. Look, I'm not sure. Help me again. Did we have a definition of a consumer? Look now, I think I'm raising this thing because we might be caught up on 3 definitions that we may not have given a proper one. It says end user. That's what the department had raised as a end user. It then says on the end user or consumer. And then
Chair.
Yeah.
I thought you were finished. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
The version, on the version of the department before when we dealt with the price. Now I'm saying, I understand we had a definition of the end user. We didn't have we couldn't tamper with the definition of the customer because that definition is already contained on the original, on the act. So it's not a subject. I'm not sure now whether is there somewhere where there's a definition of a consumer because it says end user or consumer. You can help me, Honorable Mashaule.
Chair, I thought when Mr. Nhlapo explained that there is a definition in the original document, the reason why it did not come here is because we could not temper it. He even read it for us. So there is a definition that he read to be defining a consumer. I'm just not sure at this stage what you are requesting, Chair. But if you are asking whether there is a definition, there is, and he read it. It's just not here because there's no need to put it here when you are not going to amend it, as I understand it. Thank you.
I might be wrong. My understanding what he gave a definition of a customer, which is what Honorable Malinga was raising. When it comes to the consumer, if I missed it, my apologies. I don't remember, but because the question, if I'm wrong, Honorable Malinga, was about the fact that we were told about the end user, but nothing that talks to a customer.
No, you are right, Chair. You are right. My apologies.
I didn't get that. Now, I'm saying when I look at what the department is raising here now, if somebody says, what's the difference between the end user and the consumer? And I was raising this thing because my understanding is that I may not be the end. It's a very difficult thing. Can I be the end user but not a consumer? Or what is it that a consumer does that the end user does not do? Or do we have a definition on the original, on the act itself of a consumer? The MRE, if there is no one from my honorable members who can help me. Because what you propose there is what you might insert in the bill. And then somebody stands up and say, but there is no definition of what you are referring to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. There is no definition, Chair, of a consumer in the Principal Act or in the bill itself, Chair. The occasion that it occurs from that proposed definition of price, Chair, it exists within that context, Chair. However, at that level, that consumer means both persons who could qualify as a consumer as well as a customer as well as an end user. So it's used in its generic, ordinary meaning. Thank you.
Chair.
Chair.
Chairperson, I call.
Yeah. I'm listening. We are listening.
Apologies, Chair. I thought when Honorable Keza asked the difference and said you were put aside by one member in a public hearing, he was asking about the consumer and end user. Mr. Ntapo said there is a definition of consumer in the primary bill. The reason why that definition is not here is because it's not being amended, unless I am not hearing what he is saying. Maybe I am lost or left behind, Chairperson. Now he says there is no definition of a consumer in a primary bill. Thank you.
Yes, one of us. I thought it's you who was raising. Yeah, Honorable I think you spoke about the customer and the end user. That is being confirmed that the customer is contained on the Principal Act. Now, what is referenced here now is not even the customer, is a consumer. But be it in any way, how do we reference to something that is not defined? Honorable Matlaule, and then I saw that Honorable Malem wanted to come in also.
Yeah, Chair, I think Honorable Malinga's confusion is the one that I had earlier before you clarified me, that you are referring to now a word that is coming up, which is a consumer, whereas we were defining the difference between end user and a customer. Now we have departed to talk about an end user and a customer. We are now talking about a consumer, and you are asking, what does it mean? What is the difference between a consumer to a customer and an end user? If I had the explanation correctly from DMRE, they are saying it's not defined in the primary act, but in this instance, it may be reference to both an end user and a customer. Now, we can't have that, Chair. We either speak about a customer and an end user. No. It's confusing. A customer and an end user and not a consumer, because once we bring a consumer and we're going to talk about it, we will have to define what is the difference between end user and a consumer and a consumer and a customer. So my view, Chair, is that we rather not use this word to replace end user and or customer. If we want to use it, let's clearly define it to not mean the same thing with customer or end user. But if we are saying it means both end user and customer, we must indicate and define that. In a case where we say a consumer, we are referring to the two, which I doubt there will be rationale to get to that point, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah. Can we, I think, with your, sorry, Honorable Mylem, before I make a proposal, yes, Honorable Mylem.
I want to agree with Honorable Mahloale in that, by its very definition, a consumer consumes. They take and they use the electricity. So the consumer is, for all intents and purposes, the end user. They're the last person that has access to the electricity. They consume it, and then there's nothing left. I think that we should take the word consumer out of the lexicon in this bill and only use the words end user and customer. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's go past then.
Chair, before we pass, I want to agree with Honorable Mylem, but perhaps let's give a chance to DMRE on the rationale. Maybe they will insist that it makes sense, and we may look at it differently. But as it stands, we agree in avoiding that word. But would they see a problem in that we don't use that word because of its nature in the context of this bill? It's a question, Chair.
Okay, do you want to respond to MRE, or what is it that is being avoided, or what gaps, if it is left out, it could mean if it is used in future? Is there a possibility that it could be used in future to give a defense or whatever definition if it is not there?
Thank you, Chair. We fully support the CMRE, Chair. We will remove the word, Chair. We support that, the proposals.
Okay, that's fine. Can we go then? Where are we now? Purchase agreement.
No. Chair, Registrar.
Okay. That one, it seems to be straightforward, honorable members. Regulated transaction. Okay. there seems not to be a big issue. Now, that's the point that Honorable Shala was talking about. It just says on P, by the deletion of the definition of price. So does the MRE suggest that now that definition that was given of a price must be deleted? And what are the implications?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the background was that previously, Chair, the definition of price and tariff was in the Principal Act. It meant the same thing. It was word for word similar. So the initial proposal was that price be deleted and we then remains tariff. But with the inputs and proposals that came in, then a proposal came for a different definition that we have just dealt with for price, and then a different definition for tariff. So that proposal would have, for the deletion of price, would have come in earlier. But because of the developments and the proposals made, that the new proposed definition is the one that is being proposed. Thank you.
So, okay, on the original proposed amendment, it is that the price must be deleted, but now the department is amenable with the definition given that the price must be retained. It's no longer removal on the new proposal post the engagements on public hearings. Honorable Mailem, you want to come in?
Chair, yes, please. Chair, I'm a little bit confused as to what the difference is between the price and the tariff definitions, the new definitions. So I get that tariff takes the words for electricity out of its definition, but what? So if you read the word price, it means if you read the proposed definition for price, it says price means a charge for electricity to an end user reflecting the cost to serve that end user and may include a subsidy and CPA levy and a surcharge, tax, levy, or duty imposed by a municipality in terms of da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, if you look at tariff, it's almost identical, except it takes the words for electricity out. So my question is, does a price include a tariff, or is a price made up of tariffs? I'm not clear what we accomplish by taking the word for electricity out of tariff and how it differs from price.
Okay, I take what you say. Can we just pack it so that we can look exactly that when we deal with tariffs?
Yeah, Chair, I think that's a good idea. And if we can get a comparison and how they made up, that would help.
Let's then move, Ari. For now, supply is clear, honorable members.
Sorry, Chair, just before you continue, there's reticulation, which should be before Q.
What is that?
Reticulation. This is on the document, Chair, DMRE's document.
Yeah, where is it here on the original one? On
No.
the original. Okay, that's fine. Let's look at it. So the MRE now says the definition of reticulation should be the conveyance of electricity. What is it? Reticulation power.
Through a reticulation. Yeah, let me read it, Chair. Reticulation means the conveyance of electricity through a reticulation power system which operates at or below 11 kV, excluding trading and reticulate and reticulating have corresponding meanings. Let me read that again, Chair. Reticulation means the conveyance of electricity through a reticulation power system which operates at or below 11 kV, excluding trading, and reticulate and reticulating have corresponding meanings.
Very English, but which help me, Honorable Mailam, and your team of the honorable members. Mayor Mailam.
No, Chair, I'm comfortable with that. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. So we're all okay. Fine, let's go to the next, Ari.
No, we're not okay, Chairperson.
We're not okay.
Because I don't know where that term is coming from. Where is that term Mr. Kotse? Because I'm having the same bill that you have flighted now, the document. I don't see that word.
Wait, honorable members. Okay. It seems there are members who want to comment. Let me give Honorable Malinga and then Honorable Gaza.
No. I was saying, Chairperson, don't conclude that we are all okay. I'm saying I haven't seen this word because I'm having the original document that Mr. Kotse is sharing on the screen and the responses of the department. So I am still undecided on this one. So it should not be a blanket conclusion that we are okay with it. I'm not opposed or for it. So hence I'm saying I'm undecided. I'm applying my mind.
No, Chair, I just wanted, because my questions are going to be stupid, really, because I want to understand these matters from a simplistic point of view rather than what it is. So reticulation means conveyance of electricity through a reticulation power system, which operates at or below 11 kV, excluding trading, reticulating, have correspondence meanings. So can we be explained by the DMRE whether where in the life cycle of power distribution, from generation to transmission to distribution, does regulation power system exist? And conveyance of electricity through reticulation power system, which operates at those KVs, excluding trading. Can I be explained, Chair, where in the life cycle of the reticulation is in the life cycle of the generation, distribution, and reticulation exists the reticulation? Because if I take it from a point of view of a municipality, a reticulation of water, it could be the connection of the pipes. So here, where is it? Yes. Just bluntly like that.
Chairperson. I want to add as well, but I want to check if what I will say is what they are meaning, and then ask a question at the end. We are defining reticulation, and they are saying it means in simple terms. If I'm correct, if I'm incorrect, they will correct me. It means the transportation of electrons through a reticulation power system, which operates at or below 11 kV, excluding trading. And they say reticulate and reticulating have correspondence meanings. Now, electrons are transported, as far as I know, through the transmission line. We may need to understand what is the difference between the transmission line and what they term here reticulation power system, and what do they mean by reticulate and reticulating have corresponding meanings. I'm not sure. At the end, they say the proposal to define reticulation power system is not supported. We probably are asking the right questions to wrong people, because we're asking DMRE as if they support it, and they're saying they are not supporting it. I'm not sure. Can we get some clarity, or where is it coming from? Where is this reticulation issue coming from?
You know, I didn't. That's why I was not that anonymous. One thing I was saying, you agree. I was just saying, in the absence of other hands, then we agree to move on. I had my own issue. If somebody says to me, what is walking, and you define walking as someone who's walking, I don't know whether there's something one would call it. It's more like tautology, with all due respect. But now, what exactly for me is what then that issue comes, because when it starts at before, it says propose amendment, redefined definitions. And which is why when I started, I said, I can't see where reticulation is on the original bill. But if it arises, then where does it arise? Where it arises from public hearing. Now it seems here where it says redefined definition, but then where I also have an issue is that it says conveyance of electricity through a reticulation power system. Okay, then I see the exclusion of this. It then says a proposal to define reticulation, except what Honorable Mashaule says. So if it is not supported, why? I would have understood if it was on the other side of the column. If it is not supported, then it's not defined here. The only thing that will be left is that the proposal to define the reticulation power system, but it's not saying it's not to support the definition. The proposal to define reticulation is not supported. It says the definition, the proposal to define reticulation power system is not supported. Indirectly saying, but the definition of reticulation is supported. I don't know. Maybe really we may need to be taken out of this quagmire. DMRE.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So I'm going to give it the first shot, and then I'll ask Mr. Nhlapo to add as well. So let's first maybe clarify what reticulation speaks to. So transportation of power happens at 3 levels. There is that high voltage power that comes directly out of the power station, and that travels on the transmission network. That's high voltage power. And then it gets stepped down along the way in the substations as it enters the distribution part. That's now where municipalities starts distributing. And then it further gets stepped down to reticulation. And this is now where power, those lines that move from a pole on the street into somebody's house. So that's reticulation. And I like the example that was made with water, where you now reticulate water into somebody's house in the household. So that's the reticulation space that we talk to. And as we sort of gave that qualifier in the beginning in the column, that role sits with local government in terms of the constitution, powers flowing from the constitution. The part that Chair was talking towards the end, it's the proposed amended definition is as is, but we are defining the term reticulation and not necessarily reticulation power system, because reticulation is a given as I've explained it. It's that part of the transportation system of power that goes into our houses. Above that level, it's transmission. Above that level, it's distribution. So I've tried. If I've left anything, Mr. Nhlapo can add.
Thank you. Thank you, Tikichi, and thank you, Chair. Chair, I think from my side, Chair, the clarity would talk to the fact that in the Principal Act, there was a definition of reticulation, which provided that it meant trading or distribution of electricity or included services associated therewith. So the proposals that we received, Chair, were in relation to the regulatory side of things. The regulator indicated a difficulty in being able to properly regulate the three different areas, that is reticulation, distribution, and the transmission. And these proposals of reticulation being redefined to have clarity that it operates at or below 11 kV is for regulatory purposes and regulatory certainty, so that when the regulator regulates the reticulation space, because it has a joint jurisdiction with in terms of Schedule 4 of the Constitution with municipalities, and ESCOM also plays in the space, it's able to have a distinguishing factor between a distribution level, reticulation level, as well as transmission level. So that's the proposal that was submitted to ensure that it enables the regulatory space to be able to distinguish the following. So the proposal that has not been accepted, Chair, was that in addition to the proposal for definition of reticulation, there was a proposal for defining reticulation power system. And that proposal, Chair, is the one that is not being supported, because the definition of distributed power system, and I think honorable member had asked about interconnectedness. So the entire system in the definition of power systems is all inclusive of the reticulation systems. So that's why we do not support to redefine to insert a new definition of a reticulation power system, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Can I make a request? We will deal with this as we move forward. Maybe then we may be able to call it a day. With your permission, honorable members, we have been glued up. We have not even had a chance to go and grab a glass of water. With your permission, my dear committed patriotic South Africans, can we cover just one thing? We will find a way, Ari, how to deal with it with the rest. Where were we on the original bill?
Yeah, my hand is up because I'm confused.
Yes, Honorable Maling. Sorry, I didn't look at the hand.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. You see, my confusion is it's now made worse by Mr. Ntlap, because I want to make a reference on the word that the example that Mr. Mahlaule used on the end user and the customer. That the explanation that we got from Mr. Ntlap was that we are not, the customer word was not inserted on the amended bill because it's covered on the principal bill, and there are no amendments to it. Now we are bringing a new wage, which is a reticulation, which is not on the document that I'm having, unless I'm having a wrong document, Chairperson, which is what Mr. Kotse has just flighted now. I don't see the word reticulation, but I am reminded that when we were conducting public hearings, people kept on referring to some amendment that was done in 2022. Is it possible, Chairperson, that it was there because we're entertaining something that is not before us? Maybe if I could be clarified, then I ask Chairperson, then what is the difference between what Honorable Mahlaule asked earlier and what we are dealing with now, so that I am at ease, Chairperson? Because the document that I'm having before me does not have any reticulation word or reticulation power system. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me try, and which is why for me, I wanted just to put this aside, because I think also the intervention by Honorable Mahlaule, I hope he may find an opportunity sometime to repeat this proposal. The response of the department is not only or mainly on what is contained in the bill. It is also on the basis of what transpired on the public hearings, that issues that would have been raised. And I think the issue then, you can help me, Ari, and even Togozo and Tlapo, that they are then responding to the issue of the need to put a new definition, a definition of reticulation. The difference is that the one on customer is not on the bill because it is reflected and defined or long defined already in the Principal Act. If I'm correct, this one is not contained anywhere, not even in the Principal Act. If it was proposed from the Principal Act, the same reference would have been made that it is not here because it's contained on the Principal Act. But it is something that emerges or that arises on the basis of the public consultation processes, and therefore they were responding to that. That's why I said, in my view, those issues, according to me, they should have been contained on the side of what was being proposed, and then just say it is supported. But I think now, with my small understanding, yes, I might be confused myself too, I don't want to lie, is that now, whilst they don't support the issue of the need to define the, what is this thing, reticulation power system, but they felt that in terms of what is being proposed, there is a need to make this definition on reticulation. But the reason I was thinking then, can we put it and pack it and deal with it as we proceed with a properly contextualized wording? And then we deal with one item, which I think that one may not take too long. That was requested by honorable members. I don't know whether two members, by the way, Honorable Mahlaule and Honorable Mailem, to just dispose of that and then we take a little bit of a break until we meet again. But I'm not going to oppose someone if somebody wants to respond to Honorable Malinga on this matter. Is there someone, or we are not saying we're closing Honorable Malinga, we are still gonna go with the proposed. Some of the areas where there's agreement, they will still be coming back here flagged for us to make an approval of each of these items or these areas. Is there someone who wants to take an issue on this item? But I think Honorable Malinga is correct. Sometimes to agree on something that you are not clear on is becoming very difficult. Can you allow me, honorable members, to go and apply our minds properly? What does this mean? Maybe also Tlapo and Tlapo and Nwabe, Ms. Nwabe can help us. I wanted us, honorable members, now, if with your permission, to deal with the issue of the prices. I want us to go straight. I know we are not finished with the P&S and so forth, but I wanted us to deal with the tariffs vis-a-vis the prices so that we can agree whether there is a need to do away with the definition of prices and deal with the tariff. I think, though, Honorable Mailam, let me say, I think what complicates matters there is that somewhere in the proposed body of the responsibility, for instance, of NERSA, it does talk about NERSA determining tariffs, but not prices. And I think that's the purpose of having that, what you call it, having that definition of price. Whether the definition of price is distinct from the definition of tariffs, that becomes an issue again. If that definition is not far from each other, then why do you need to have a separation? But I think where that issue of the introduction of, or the separation of the price, it is informed by what we'll be dealing with in the body of the responsibilities that are given, especially that are given to NERSA in terms of the proposed amendment. But can we deal now? Let's flag get the definition of the tariffs and then see whether what the department is correct to say they are withdrawing what they were proposing of deleting on the original bill. There, honorable members, it says tariffs means a change to a consumer or to a customer, to a customer or end user in respect of a licensed activity or registered activity other than a surcharge, tax, levy, or duty imposed by a municipality in terms of Section 229 of the Constitution. Any member wants to have a take on the two issues?
Chairperson, are we not reading from the original document that was submitted? Because I think we're reading the responses of the department or the explanation. Because it's what you've just read is not on the document that I've been laboring on. Oh,
there's a document that they've just sent now, which is what now is, if you remember, I think I've received it myself. There were 3, in fact, if not 4. That is the document that they presented and we said we don't have it. You see? That is the document now that we are the department. If you remember, when we wanted to share with you to do what you call it, double or triple reflection of the document, we said, can they send also the document to members? They have sent it, that document. I'm not sure whether you received it or what.
No, it's fine, Chair. You can continue.
It's what to do? It's it says documents on the ERA bill. There are 4. I think the one for me is the first one. Although I don't think chronologically it goes the same way as the one that is with me on definitions. Honourable members, is there any? Oh, I see Honourable Mailem. Is there any other member? Okay, Honourable Mailem.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I've got the 2 definitions side by side. And I want to read price while you've got tariff on the screen. So it says price means a charge for electricity to an end user, reflecting the cost to serve that end user, and may include a subsidy and CPA levy and a surcharge, tax levy, or duty imposed by a municipality. Okay. Now, if you compare that to tariff is to a customer or end user in respect of a licensed activity or registered activity. So it's not for electricity, other than a surcharge, tax levy, or duty imposed. And I just want to get clarity from the department that a price may include a tariff or otherwise. I don't quite know how to word it so that it actually makes sense, because I'm trying to so tariff excludes surcharges, taxes, levies, or duties. Prices include that, but does a price include the tariff or does it not? I don't know. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Douglas and your team.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. So, yes, the way Honorable Mylem is reading it, that's what we are proposing here. So a tariff, remember, a tariff is set by NESA, and it's just that charge for power. And we are saying at the point that an end user is charged, they may include, may. But when it comes a price, when it comes to the tariff excludes. That's why we're saying it's a charge to a customer or end user of a licensed activity or registered activity, other than, which means it excludes. Because remember, when you then pay a price with the municipality will take the tariff and they create a price. When they create a price, they take the tariff plus the other smaller things. For example, they charge you a connection fee. That availability fee, I don't know what the technical word is, the availability fee, which means power is available to you as and when you need it. The municipality charges you for that. They charge you a service fee. So they add all of that to a tariff and come up with a price. So that's the differentiation we're trying to make here. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable.
Another very stupid question of tautology. I am going to ask as she explained. I didn't get her name.
It's Ndogozo.
Ndogozo, thank you very much. Just to explain what is a markup in relations to what we're talking about now, that a tariff includes this dispensation of things that will be charged in the municipality. What relates to a markup that the municipality makes given the tariff that is set by NERSA, the regulator? Well, just relate to me that, so that I can comprehend the concept as in the manner in which you are talking about. I'm not disputing that what you are saying. I'm not against it, but I just want to really comprehend whether it also includes a markup that a municipality puts in on top of the tariff set by NERSA, for instance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Mashaule.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we must go slightly back. We are saying tariff means a charge for electricity to a customer, and we are putting or end user in respect of a licensed activity or registered activity other than as a charge, tax, levy, or duty imposed by the municipality in terms of Section 229 and yada yada. Where I suggest we go back is where I asked a question following Honorable Preza's question. The difference between a customer and an end user. If you remember, when we got that definition, we went as far as where I asked, what is the difference between a self-generator, which is me, who may generate a surplus and want to sell? I asked, how do you regulate that? And then there was an explanation. So there was a clear distinction between a customer and an end user. And a customer in the definition we got would be me and yourself, Chair, but not the municipality or, for the lack of a better word, my friend shop somewhere that sells electricity. That would be an end user. Now, if we put a customer or end user in respect of a licensed activity, whereas we said a customer in that regard is not licensed, is registered. And therefore, by virtue of registering, you'll have to comply. The system itself, that's what Ms. Dwabe said, the system itself will require you to comply. And she even said she doesn't see how you can go around it and not comply, because it's a system that automates you to comply with the municipality. Otherwise, you will not have electricity. I'm not sure whether you still remember that discussion. Now, my slight problem is I can take this definition if it doesn't put customer and end user in the same sentence, if the definition of a customer and user that we got is to go by. Thank you very much. Chairperson, did I confuse you? No, I'm sure Ms. Ndogozo heard me, because you are not a technical person. I really would want a response on that. I'm sure she understood what I'm saying.
Okay, it's gonna. Honorable Madam, you want to come before the MRE respond?
Yes, Chair, please, if you don't mind. I just need one thing clarified, and that is, does a price include a tariff? In other words, a price is made up of a whole lot of things, but is inclusive of a tariff. A tariff is not inclusive of a price. In other words, a tariff is a smaller part of the bigger number, which is a price. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's my common understanding. I've always used common sense on it, but I don't know. DDG?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So maybe let me start by responding to Honorable Milam. Yes, Honorable Milam, that understanding is correct. The price, you get a tariff and then use a tariff to build a price. And in the price, that's where you include all the other levies and taxes by the municipality. And there was also a question linked to that about what is the markup? What is commonly called the markup by municipalities? It's these taxes and levies and service fees and connection fees. And they charge those also because they have to maintain, remember, that reticulation system. I'll make an example. There are townships where you find, like I know here in Ekurhuleni, in KwaThema, they buy power from the municipality. The township next door, Duduza, they buy directly from Eskom, and their tariffs are different. Electricity in Duduza is cheaper, and it's literally, these townships are 10 minutes away from each other. But because one is an Eskom directly supplied area, Eskom would take a tariff set by NESA, and they add their service fee, which would be like, I'm making an example, 3-4%. Then when you get to a municipality supply area, then they take the same, remember there was a tariff. Eskom added something to that tariff, and Eskom sells to the municipality, who is their customer. Then the municipality starts at that point to add their own things. That's why you see that. So a price is a bulk of that, of tariff plus other things. And remember, I'm emphasizing this, and I think, Honorable Mahlaule, in your question, you raised this as well. A municipality is also a customer to Eskom. That's why when you hear, even in the news, they're talking about municipalities that owe Eskom, they say non-paying customers. And those non-paying customers are not only households. In some cases, they are municipalities, because municipalities are customers of Eskom. Because Eskom generates, then sell to the municipality. Then the municipality on-sells to us, the consumers, the end users. So it's a question of looking at it in that sense, looking at it in the entire value chain to say, where does the pricing where does the pricing begin? And it all begins with the tariff, and then there's these added things. I think I've tried to clarify, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I'm not sure whether it's gonna still rest with us. You tried, Mabunga, you tried. I want us to adjourn. I'm not sure, is that a Lika's hand, Honorable Mahlaule?
Oh, yes, Chair. My apology.
That's okay. Honorable members, before we go too much, Raksha, do you want to have anything to say, to comment for the first day and your observation or guidance?
Chairperson?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, I'm fine, Chair. There's nothing to add.
Okay. Honorable Mahlaule wanted to come in?
Yes, Chair. I got a bit disturbed when we started. We seemed to have more glitches on the approach and the technical aspects of holding our meeting a fruitful one. Initially, I was going to suggest we look at physical meetings, but towards the end or halfway, we managed to get back to the system and understand how we can function from afar. So I'm not sure whether my proposal will still hold water, given the fact that we have done well from the better part of the work that we have done, but it was very disturbing at the beginning. I remember you proposing that we postpone the meeting. So I'm not sure whether the system will improve where we will do better from the start to the finish. Just my observation, Chair. I don't know whether we can do something about it, but so far I think we have managed to get it right towards the end. If we can maintain this, then I would say maybe there's no use to be physical. But if we're going to start the way we started and have more glitches, I'm really uncomfortable. Thank you.
Okay, that is noted. From time to time, we'll make the assessment and the evaluation. Honorable Advocate Jenkins, your take for the day.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The ice is broken. We're busy with the bill, Chair. It's very important legislation. I don't have any concerns. I think we did some work and I've taken notes on it. So let's go. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, thank you very much. Yes, we must take note of those. And I agree with honorable members. We, from time to time, I think we managed to find one another and we managed to find a solution or an approach that works with for all of us to make sure that we do the work that was sent. And I always say when work is done, improvement are found in the process as we move forward. So on that note, thank you very much, honorable members. Let's meet again tomorrow in our session. And I hope by tomorrow we'll have been able to finalize the issues of the definition. I think we've gone a little bit far. From there, we go to the body, which is much more, not that much difficult, honorable members, because there it is about us mainly taking decisions, if there is such, decisions that will form part of the recommendations and the ultimate end. On that note, thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.